You ready for Ms. Owens? Do you need me to turn it on?
Yes, we can go ahead, Judge, please.
And are you doing click share?
I am using the clip share, yes.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
State's ready, Judge.
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Everybody have a good evening? Very good. All right, Ms. Kazim, state ready to call us next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Heather Johnson.
Good morning, ma'am. Ms. Johnson, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court?
Heather Johnson, Heather Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, how are you employed?
I am with the Gwinnett County Police Department,
And what is your role there?
Crime Scene Specialist 3.
Right, so you work for the crime scene unit there.
Yes.
How long have you held that position?
I've been with the department since June of 2010, so about 14 and a half years.
And tell us a little bit about the training that one must get to become a crime scene technician.
I have a bachelor's degree in forensic biology, and I double majored, and I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, an associate's degree in photography, and I'm certified through the state of Georgia as a crime scene technician as well as a latent print examiner.
Now, what exactly does a crime scene technician do?
For crime scene, what we do is we go to scenes, document, collect. Sometimes we process for fingerprints, we swab for DNA, and basically documentation and collection.
And what you do at each scene, does that determine on the facts and circumstances of that specific scene?
Yes.
Now, back in November of 2021, were you called out to the hometown studios located at 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard?
Yes, I was.
And what was the nature of the call that you were responding to?
I was informed that it was a missing child.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at the location, was the scene cordoned off anyway. Describe what you walked into.
Yes, so when I arrived on scene, they had yellow tape up on the exterior of in the hallway to apartment or room 251. There was actually yellow tape up.
So this would prevent the public from having access in and out of that specific area?
Yes.
Now, room 251, is that the room that you actually went into and actually process as well?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to tender into evidence, Judge, State's Exhibit number 71, which is a copy of the certified copy of search warrant 21X01402, specifically to search the premises of room 251 of the Hometown Studios, located at 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, for the purposes of the record only.
No objection for the purposes of the record only, Judge.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you. And Ms. Johnson, you entered the room pursuant to that search warrant which authorized your access, is that right?
Yes.
All right, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do when you begin the process of processing.
So usually what we do first is we do a walkthrough, and often we walk through with the detectives, and we just observe what is already out. We see anything that we might want to go ahead and document and collect prior to searching anything. Once we conduct that walkthrough, I then start doing overall photography before anything is removed or touched.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Are you there by yourself as far as crime scene's concerned, or are there other technicians also?
I did have another technician with me on this case.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 72 all the way through 91. They have been previously shown to defense counsel. Can you just generally tell us what we're looking at?
These are photographs that I obtained from within the residence at 251.
Anything about that that seems to be altered or deleted in some manner from your recollection of the room that day?
No.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we would move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 72 all the way through 92.
All right, you said through 91 before, so I want to make sure it's
Let me
not.
double check, Judge. I apologize, Judge. There's actually 92. It'll be all the way to exhibit number 92, and I have previously shown those to defense counsel as well.
That's correct, Judge. We've seen them and no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I would move to tender in some of those photographs. Or excuse me, publish some of those photographs.
Granted.
Thank you. You should be able to see those on the screen. All right. Now, I am showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72 and 73, starting with 72. Is that can you tell us what we're looking at here from your vantage point as you enter into the room?
So this is actually entering into the room. I'm actually standing in the front entry door, and this is looking to the left.
And Ms. Johnson, I do have a pointer that the court has provided. If you don't mind, it might be easier for the jury if you could stand up.
Okay.
If that's all right with the court, and go ahead and point out certain things.
It is.
Thank you.
All right, so this is you can see this is kind of like the door jamb here as you come in, and then there was a dresser here and some shoes and stuff, and then this is one of the beds you can see here.
Now, moving on to State's Exhibit number 73 and 74. Tell us about that.
So So this is as you're continuing into the room. You can see this is the foot of that bed here. This is a second bed. So when you first entered into the room, there would have been a bed kind of right across from you and then another one to the left. So these are the two beds, and these are some of the trash bags that we had around. A lot of them had clothing in them. Some of them had wet clothing. We had like a white trash bag with yellow handles. We had this grayish looking kind of like a waffle pattern with black handles. And these are just some of the things.
All right, and I believe that was State's Exhibit 73, and this is 74. Is that a close-up of the items that were found in the bags?
This is a close-up of the bags that were located at the foot of the second bed.
Okay.
Is what I called them first bed when you first come in. Second bed was the left bed.
I'm going to move you over to State's Exhibit number 76. What is it that we're looking at here?
All right, so as you can see, this is actually the front entry door. So when I first took that other picture and looked into the left, the dressing room bed over here, the beds would be behind me if you were standing in this position.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And behind the door, I noticed that there was a larger defect in the wall, so I photographed that.
Okay. I'm going to move you over to State's Exhibit 78. Tell us what we're seeing here, please.
All right, so you had the first bed and the second bed. On the left side of the second bed, there was a trash can along with some other trash bags that were on the ground as well. When we were doing our search, after I had did my overall initial photographs, and the search was occurring, we ended up looking through the trash bags and we found a diaper that had duct tape wrapped around it.
This is State's Exhibit 79. What is this here?
This is also one of those trash cans. You can see there's some underwear here and this bottle here. This was all on the floor near that same area to the left of the bed number 2. And inside of it, I noticed there were some blue gloves. Those were ended up being documented and collected. There were actually 2 sets of gloves. They were double gloved almost. Like you'd have a glove and then pull it off, and another 2 sets of gloves that were pulled off.
This is State's Exhibit number 80. What are we seeing here?
Right, so during the search to the right of bed number 1, there was a black backpack, and during the search they located this box as well as some other items, and this had some ammo in it.
And State's Exhibit number 81.
This was inside of the black bag as well. There was a glove, it was like a work glove, and inside of the work glove was a handgun.
And is that noted here in State's Exhibit 82? Tell us how this is laid out, please.
Yes, so this is documented, and then we have the live cartridges, unfired cartridges here.
All right, State's Exhibit number 83. Where is this in relation to the 2 beds that we originally saw in the photos?
All right, so this would be when you first entered, you had your first, your second bed, and then if you turned and looked at the wall, directly across, it's at that far wall. And the trash cans and bags that we looked through a minute ago would have been right here in this area.
Can the jury hear her okay standing away from the microphone?
All right, Ms. Johnson, I'm going to move over to State's Exhibit number 84. What is it that we're looking at here?
So usually, like I said, when I do my first documentations, I'll look over and just document everything as it is. In this case here, we had some food items up here, we had the trash bags here, and we were just trying to show what all was stored.
Is that the top of the refrigerator?
It is the top of the refrigerator.
All right. And then State's Exhibit number 85.
This is on the sink. They had a bottle of bleach that was here and some other items.
Okay. That's next to the refrigerator as well?
Yes.
Now, State's Exhibit number 86. Why would you look inside? I'm assuming this is a refrigerator.
Yes.
Is that also part of your common practice when photographing and processing a scene?
It depends on the type of scene and what's possibly occurring. So in this instance, we decided to document food availability based on some of the information we had received. So we wanted to document food availability within the residence.
So this was all the food that was in the refrigerator at the time that you went in to process room 251 of the Hometown Studios?
Yes.
How about State's Exhibit 87?
Same, this was in the freezer, showing the food items that were located within the freezer.
State's Exhibit 88?
This was in one of the kitchen drawers, that was also in that little kitchenette area.
Again, those are more food items
Yes.
based on your visual?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 89, is that the same drawer or a different drawer?
That's a different drawer. This is one drawer below. It has some food items as well.
How about State's Exhibit number 90?
These were some of the upper cabinets. Again, we were just showing that there were food items in upper cabinets as well.
All right, and I have two more pictures, so I'll just ask you to remain standing for a minute. At some point while you were still on scene at the Hometown Studios, room 251, did you also receive information from other crime scene technicians who were still at headquarters with the children, Jakari and Zaire?
I did.
And what information or what was relayed to you to help you find additional items that may be of help to the investigation?
I was told that there was, we needed to look into finding possible things that caused injuries to the children.
Okay.
There were some injuries that were observed that were kind of thin, could have been more like cord or something more thin and like rounded off like a cord or something.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 91 first. What is it that we're looking at?
This is that trash can and the trash bags I spoke of earlier, and then this right here was a hanger, and it had sort of a white thin area that I thought could have been used to make those marks.
Were there multiple hangers that were found in the room?
Not really that I remember. This one just happened to be lying by itself. I don't remember seeing many other hangers. Mostly the clothes that I observed were in bags or on the floor.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 92.
This was in one of the trash bags as well. It was a black, like, kind of string. It was like a little black rope piece.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat for me here. Now, at the time that you processed this scene, was this still a missing persons investigation to your knowledge?
Yes.
And was that essentially your involvement as far as the scene was concerned?
Yes.
Now, some of these items here, for example, the cord, et cetera, were those also taken out of the room and collected by you?
Yes.
Were there any, what about the hanger?
Yes, the hanger was also collected.
And those items, what do you do with those items when you take them out of the room?
Anything that we collect, we secure it in our crime scene truck. We transport it to our unit. We then secure it within our crime scene unit. After that, I will usually document in our lab, and then that would be either, some things can be processed, some things only need to be photographed, and then those get turned into our evidence storage.
Now, your understanding was there were multiple people who were living in this room?
Yes.
In a situation where there are multiple people living in a room and you're still looking at a missing person, do you do fingerprint type work?
No.
Okay. Why would that be?
Because if they reside there, then their fingerprints are most likely there. And at this point, again, we were just looking at it as a possible missing person. And there was no indication that someone had came into the residence.
Okay. And any toys or children's items that you noticed throughout your search?
Not that I recall.
Did you notice any sort of laptops, school books, any school-related paraphernalia that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. I think that's all I have, Judge, at this time for Ms. Johnson.
Mr. Greenwald. Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions, okay? I actually sound better now than I did yesterday, so hopefully you can hear me okay. As a crime scene specialist, crime scene technician, in addition to doing fingerprints or trying to lift fingerprints from a potential crime scene, you also do testing for blood. Is that correct?
Yes, we collect the samples, potential blood, and then it gets tested at another lab, usually the GBI. So we would collect a sample for DNA or blood, but we wouldn't be the one to like test it to see that it actually is.
Sure.
But we do collect.
You can collect.
Yes.
In this case, were you asked to collect either initially or subsequently any potential items for suspected blood scatter?
And at the scene, I ended up seeing, we had a pillow that had possible blood stains on it, so I ended up collecting that. There were some clothing items that were wet within those trash bags at the foot of the bed. I ended up collecting those, and later at the lab, I documented them. I didn't turn them inside out because, or either, whatever the way they were was how I documented them, and then repackaged them so they could be sent for further processing if needed. But I did examine those to see if there was any possible blood stains on those. I also processed the blue gloves that were in the trash can, and I did touch DNA swabs on those.
And what are DNA swabs?
So DNA swabs are when we try to collect any type of cells. It can be DNA as far as it can be blood, but it can also be skin cells. That's what I'm talking about when I say touch DNA swabs. It could be skin cells.
And so that was your role to collect the items, but ultimately you don't know if they were ever sent off to the GBI crime lab for analysis.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Johnson, the items you indicated that were presumptive, that you had taken in that may have blood on them, did, when you say a presumptive test, is that a preliminary test?
Yes, so mostly the time we document if we see a reddish stain or something we think could potentially be blood, we can test it with a chemical called phenolphthalein. And when we do that, it's a presumptive test. It doesn't mean that it's actually a positive test. So in some cases where I might see a potential blood stain, I would test it. If I really think that it's, like, I look at it and go, okay, yes, that's definitely probably a blood stain, I might just package the whole item so the whole item could be sent to the GBI. If I'm still unsure and I just look at it and say, okay, that's a reddish brown stain, I'm not positive, let me do a presumptive test. And it's, again, just presumptive, and it has to be verified in a lab.
Now, were there any items that came back being, I guess, is positive the correct word for a presumptive test
Yes.
for potential blood?
Yes. I only had one item. There was a pair of shorts that had a small stain on the front of them, and it was a very faint positive, but I did get that and documented that.
And the ultimate decision for testing, is that, whose decision is that?
That is up to the detective.
And that's for further testing
Yes.
if there is a positive presumption of blood?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
No other questions?
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judges, say we call Detective Randy Blackburn. Here. Judge, may I grab this off your bench?
You may. Good morning. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the court, please?
Yes, my name is Randy Blackburn. My first name is spelled R-A-N-D-Y. My last name is spelled B-L-A-C-K-B-U-R-N.
All right, and how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
What is your role there?
I'm currently assigned to the Gwinnett County Police Homicide Assault Unit.
So you're a detective, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Detective Blackburn, tell us a little bit about how long you've actually been with the Gwinnett County Police Department as a whole.
I started my career with the Gwinnett County Police Department in 2011, so approximately 13 years. So,
And how about the homicide unit? How long?
in March of next year, I'll be assigned to the unit for 4 years.
So please help the ladies and gentlemen of the jury learn about what it is that the homicide unit does, all its roles and responsibilities.
So we handle homicide investigations, and we also handle personal assault crimes, missing person reports, and also terroristic threat reports as well.
Now, the detectives who are assigned to the homicide unit there, do you guys receive any specialized training above and beyond what you get to become a certified police officer?
Yes. So we are tasked out to attend homicide training school. We handle advanced homicide training techniques as well.
Okay. And you are a certified police officer, correct?
I am a certified police officer
In addition.
Georgia. Yes.
All right. Now, approximately how many homicide investigations have you been involved in, either as lead detective or in assisting with those investigations?
I've been a lead detective in a homicide investigation for 18 homicides that I was lead in, and I assisted with 75-plus homicide investigations within the unit.
Now, I want to take you back to around November 21st of 2021. Were you called out to help with the investigation of Amari Hall, who had been reported missing?
I was, yes.
And tell us what was the purpose in having you called in?
So the morning of November 22nd, 2021, I was explained that detectives from the Special Victims Unit had been working overnight to locate a missing child. During their investigation, the defendant's cell phone was downloaded. During the download review of the phone, the detectives deemed that there was suspected foul play in the investigation, and since Amari Hall had not been located, since Brittany Hall, the biological mother, had called 911 that morning, November 21st. Now we're 24 hours into the investigation, and she still had not been located. This was transitioning from a missing person or missing juvenile into a homicide investigation, and the main objective for law enforcement at this point was to locate Amari's body.
Now, when you became involved in the case, you mentioned earlier that you were aware of the extraction that was done on defendant Celeste Owen's phone, correct?
Yes, I was.
Now, did you also, as now becoming part of the investigation, look into that extraction?
I did, yes.
Did you specifically look into any of the search history within Celeste Owen's phone?
I did, yes.
I'm going to now show you what I have marked as States Exhibits 96, 97, and 98. And then I am skipping over and showing you States Exhibits 120, 121, 122, and 123. All of these have previously been shown to defense counsel. Detective Blackburn, can you just briefly look at these?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me just what they are.
This is going to be the data that was extracted from the defendant's cell phone, and this was pulled from a Cellbrite report that we are given once the phones are downloaded from the Gwinnett County Police Forensic Computer Lab.
And Judge, at this time, I would move to tender into evidence States Exhibits 96 through 98, as well as 120 through 123, which are essentially extractions or screenshots from the extraction of defendant Celeste Owen's cell phone, which would be under States Exhibit 21. I have previously shown these to defense counsel as well.
That's correct, Joe. We previously seen no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you. And may I publish these as well?
You may.
Thank you. All right, Detective Blackburn, it may be advantageous if I ask you, actually, let me go back to please stand up. There's a pointer right there.
Yes, ma'am.
With you, might be a little bit harder, so I'm going to try to make this as big as I can. Detective Blackburn, oops, sorry. All right. Detective Blackburn, you said you had gone through the extraction and the search history as well. I want to direct your attention to around 4:06 in the morning on the 19th of November. But before I do that, could you just briefly explain to the jury sort of what it is that we're looking at and what each column essentially means?
Yes. So the red X means that this is deleted data from the defendant's cell phone, which was recovered from the cell rat report. The date, the time, the search title, and then obviously the URL.
Is that the search engine essentially, or what was used to search?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I will direct your attention to what looks like is marked as states, or as, is that line 189? There at the bottom. And if you wouldn't mind just reading for the jury out loud the date, the time, and the topic of the search all the way through to the top of that.
So 189, the date was 11/19/2021. The time was 4:06:19 a.m. in the morning. And the title was What to Do When a Child Just So Won't Listen. And again, it was on a Google search engine. The next one will be 188, 11/19/2021, 4:06:20 a.m. What to Do When a Child Doesn't Listen. 187, 11/19/2021 at 12:04:08 p.m. Lakes near me. Again, a Google search. 186, 11/19/2021 at 12:04 p.m. Again, Lakes near me. And then 185, again, 11/19/2021 at 12:04:11 p.m. Lakes near me. Google search. And then 184, 11/19/2021 at 12:04:12 p.m. and Lakes near me. Google search and Google search.
So this indicates that the defendant's phone searched these specific topics at these specific times
That is correct.
on this specific date.
That is correct.
And the X means that all of those searches were deleted?
They were, yes.
Okay. Let me move you over. Okay, to State's Exhibit number 97. Now, on this, all of the dates on this sheet, are they all for November 19th, 2021?
They are, that is correct.
Okay? So I'm going to ask you now to read for the jurors, and you don't have to read the date since it's all on November 19th, but at least the time and the search as it relates to those from 165 up to 159.
So 11/19/2021, search was how the sewers on the streets work. And the Google search. 164, again 11/19/2021, how the sewers work on the streets work. 163, 11/19/2021, why do kids run away? Again 162, 11/19/2021, search again, why do kids run away? 161, 11/19/2021, how do I report someone missing? Same search again at 160, 11/19/2021, how do I report someone missing? 159, 11/19/2021, what to do if a loved one goes missing? And again, the red X's mean that this was deleted data from the defendant's cell phone.
Now, as it relates to the time frame around 7:26 and 45 seconds, which is seen in line 157, all the way up, or down, I guess, to line 148, which would be 7:33 and 36 seconds, again, in the evening of that day, without individually going through those lines, is there one specific company or account that is being looked at or accessed?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that for?
It would be the U-Haul customer account that was searched.
All right, so I'm going to take you over. This is State's Exhibit number 97. There you go, that's a little bit easier. And here, it looks like the searches do continue at this point, so I'm going to ask you to read for the jury line 182, 183. Again, are all of the searches on this date also on November 19th of 2021?
That is correct.
So as far as 182 and 183 are concerned, what is the time and the search topic?
The time is 12:04 p.m. And why is it so hard to find missing people?
As the same topic, sort of back to back, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And I think that you touched, but 166 and 167 as well. Please, can you go ahead and read that for the jury? Up top.
Again, 11/19/2021 at 2:24 p.m. And then does sewer drains work? I mean, it's supposed to be how does sewer drains work?
Okay.
Which is misspelled.
All right. So essentially, all of the searches that were that you have read out to the jury have occurred on November 19th of 2021, from what you indicated from around 4 in the morning, and then continued through until about 7 that evening, various forms.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, again, all of these on State's Exhibit number 96, 97, and 98 were all of those searches on November 19th deleted from the defendant's phone.
They were, yes, deleted material. Or, excuse me, deleted data.
Okay? I'm going to show you now what has been admitted, and this is going to be State's Exhibit number 20 here. Again, is this also a screenshot of information obtained through the extraction of defendant Celeste Owen's cell phone?
That is correct, yes.
And the highlighted portion there for you, what is that exactly? Can you tell us the date, the time, and whether or not there was some access to a particular app on the defendant's phone?
Okay, so it's 11/19/2021 at 5:50 p.m. and it shows that com.apple.data usage.find my iPhone. So that means that the defendant was manipulating her Find My iPhone app on her cell phone.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you now what is State's Exhibit number 121. Again, the highlighted portion there, can you just tell us again, that's on November 19th, correct? Everything's happening on November 19th, 2021?
That is correct.
And what was the preferences on the phone accessed?
It was at 5:50 p.m. and then again you can see the description is .com Apple preferences and then a knowledge seat.
Right, let me move over to this next exhibit. And I'm going to show you again the highlighted portion here. Everything on this page is also accessing on November 19, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So the highlighted portion, what event occurred on the phone at about 6:55 and 51 seconds on November 19, 2021?
So this shows that the flashlight will be manipulated to turn on and off. Again, at 6:55 p.m. it was turned on.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 23. Oh, maybe not. There we go. Now, I'm going to take you over, what is this that we're looking at? Are these actually phone calls or apps, or what is this here?
This is going to be this data, activity sensor data for the apps.
Now, I want to take your attention specifically to November 19, 2021 at 6:58 and 41 seconds in the evening. What is the type of thing that is occurring on the phone at that point?
So there was a phone call that was made, and the phone call was made to 762-204-4080, and was the contact was saved in highlight, and that would be Brittany Hall's phone number.
And in your investigation and lead investigator in the homicide of the child in this case, were you able to determine that that was in fact the phone number associated with Brittany Hall?
It was, yes.
And approximately.
Can you read that number again, because you said 4080?
762-204-4080.
Thank you. And approximately how long would that call have been?
51:30.
So about 51 seconds?
Yeah.
Seconds? Okay. Right, you can have a seat now. Thank you. Now, based on the search history at this point, did you have any interest in what was happening at the U-Haul location, or why the U-Haul location was being searched?
I did, yes.
Tell us what you did with that information.
So researching the call log data on the defendant's phone, I was able to establish a location. It was the A1 storage facility off of Lawrenceville Highway and Jimmy Carter Boulevard. The address is 6274 Lawrenceville Highway. That location, the A1 storage facility, licensed U-Haul rental.
Did you actually go to that location?
I did, yes.
And what happened when you went to the location? What information were you able to glean?
I spoke with employees at the location, and I was provided a U-Haul receipt that was an agreement for the defendant to rent the U-Haul van that day on November 19, 2021. Again, while speaking with employees, they showed me the business phone and the caller ID, which displayed the defendant's name and her phone number, had called multiple times inquiring if there was a U-Haul van available for rental.
And the name that popped up, you visually saw that name?
I did, yes.
And what was that name that you saw?
Celeste Owens.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 99. And shown to defense counsel. Can you please tell us what that is?
All right, this is going to be the U-Haul equipment contract receipt that was provided to me during my investigation.
And is that in fact an accurate representation of the contract that you recall being given?
It is, yes.
Okay. And Judge, pursuant to that, I do have State's Exhibit 100, which is a business record certification by the lawful custodian of records for that business. I have previously shown that also to defense counsel. It is also part of the court stipulations, or the state and defense's stipulations presented to the court. And so pursuant to State's Exhibit 100, we would ask to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 99, which is the contract in question referenced.
All of that is correct, Judge, and no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you.
States 99 and states 100.
Thank you, Judge. this time, may I go ahead and publish State's Exhibit number 99, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, Detective Blackburn, I'm probably going to ask you to go ahead and stand up again with your pointer, and please help the jury understand what it is that we are looking at here.
So again, the customer name, Celeste Owens, she provided her address, 749 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, Peachtree Corner, Georgia, 30092. The customer's phone number, which was 770-875-4475, and then also the email account at celesteowens771@yahoo.com.
In your investigation as the lead investigator in this case, were you able to also determine that that is in fact the phone number that was associated with Celeste Owens?
Yes, and that's going to be the phone number that called earlier that day to inquire if there were any U-Haul vans available.
Okay. And that contract, I think, is comprised of a couple pages, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you the contract. State's Exhibit number 99 actually does have 4 total pages, and so I will take you over to, I believe it will be the 3rd page. Bear with me 1 second till we get there. Okay. Now, on the top of that page there, tell us, is there a rental time in, rental time out, and any mileage that is associated with that particular U-Haul van?
Yes, so the rental date and time was 11/19/2021, and it was rented at 1:06 p.m. The return date and time, again, was the same date, 11/19/2021, and it was returned at 7:36 p.m., so the vehicle was rented for approximately 6.5 hours that day.
Is there also a license plate number that was associated with the van?
Correct. And then again, for the mileage, it's 6060 was the mileage out, and then the mileage in was 6087, so approximately 27 miles were driven within that 6.5 hour time frame.
27 miles?
Yes, ma'am. And then to answer your question, the license plate number was...
I'm going to, there. Let me get back up to, is it up there? There it is, yes.
So it's Alpha Lima 06742, AL 06742, and again, the license plate was registered out of Arizona.
Okay. All right, now Detective Blackburn, when you went to the location there of the U-Haul, were you able to determine if there was any surveillance footage?
Yes, there was surveillance cameras from the exterior and interior of the business.
Did you obtain that surveillance footage as well?
I did, yes.
Judge, Mr. Blackburn, let me go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102. Did you have an opportunity to review the surveillance video from the A1 mini storage on November 19th when you went there to obtain that footage?
I did, yes.
And prior to coming to court today, you had an opportunity to review it as well, is that right?
I did, yes.
And does it accurately reflect the information as you received it on video on that day?
It does.
Any material alteration, deletions, anything to your knowledge?
No.
Judge, I would move pursuant to State's Exhibit 101 certification provided by the custodian of records at the A1 mini storage, and for the specific video surveillance in question that was taken from that location, also a stipulation that has been agreed to by the parties. Based on that, we would move forward into evidence states exhibit 102, which is the physical copy of the video.
No objection.
Admitted without objection
Thank you.
and by stipulation.
Thank you. Is your question working? I will, but is yours working right now? Okay. Judge, I would ask to publish State's Exhibit 102.
Granted.
Okay. Now, Detective Blackburn, I'm going to show you portions of the actual video, starting with the exterior of the U-Haul. And can you tell us a little bit about what we would expect to see in that video?
Yes, so the defendant is going to arrive via Lyft or Uber at the location. When she arrives, she enters the business. There is going to be a customer ahead of her. She stands by until that customer is finished, and then the employees assist her with renting the U-Haul. Once the U-Haul is rented, she leaves the location.
All right.
And again, the U-Haul video was approximately 15 minutes ahead of actual time.
So what time?
So right now, real time would be 12:59 that she's arriving.
And this would be on November 19th of 2021.
Correct, 11/19/2021. And this is going to be the defendant exiting the Uber or Lyft.
And that's one vantage point, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, and there's another exterior vantage point.
Correct, yes. So again, this will be the defendant exiting the vehicle to enter the A1 storage location.
Okay. Go ahead and move on to. Right, now you did say there were multiple camera angles, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so these are different angles of when the defendant is coming out of the vehicle and then potentially leaving the facility as well?
Yes.
All right. And I'll just let you explain what it is that is being observed.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So this is going to be the interior camera for the A1 storage facility. Again, 11/19/2021. It is 15 minutes ahead, so it's approximately now 1 p.m. and the defendant entering the location with a COVID-19 surgical mask over her face. So once they're finished with this customer, she approaches the desk, provides her driver's license to the employee for the U-Haul rental.
Detective Blackburn, were you able to determine if it appeared as if the defendant was taking a photograph at that point
Yes, she's taking a photograph of her driver's license.
of her driver's license?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and is there also footage that was observed of the defendant leaving the location after renting the U-Haul?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
There's exterior footage.
Okay.
Sorry, I've got to hit the button.
Okay. Approximately what time would this be now?
It is going to be approximately 1:04.
Okay. And is that the defendant that we're observing there?
Defendant entering the U-Haul van that she rented out.
Can we stop this? Just have a seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. deputy provided me with a note that said juror urgent bathroom break. So, do y'all want me to put this into the record, or?
I don't think it's necessary. That's okay, because everyone else is hot. Everybody else at meetings, I have to get out of my office, and everybody in my office because it's too hot.
You ready for the jurors?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you can proceed.
Thank you. Detective Blackburn, I'm going to take you back for just a moment to the previous video where the defendant is exiting the U-Haul location. I had previously asked you about an approximate time frame as to when that would be, and I think that you had indicated a particular time. Can you go back and just make sure that was the correct time?
Yes,
All right.
I indicated it was 104, the actual time is going to be 109.
It's 109.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that would be 109 in the afternoon.
Correct, yes.
Thank you. All right. And I think if you could just
Yes, ma'am.
show us what's happening here.
So again, the defendant exited the business, and the defendant was walking towards the rental, the U-Haul van that was rented out that day.
And at some point, is that van seen pulling away?
That is correct. And the van will eventually turn right onto, left onto Lawrenceville Highway.
Was there any indication that there were any other individuals who also got into that van?
No.
What is that main road right there, Detective? Do you recall?
Lawrenceville Highway, US 29. And again, this is just the additional angle showing the defendant walking to the right-hand side where the van is located.
So at this point, what we've seen are two vantage points of the defendant coming into the facility, one vantage point inside the facility, and then again, two vantage points leaving the facility. Is that right?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right, now I want to talk to you a little bit about something called flock. Are you familiar with the flock camera system?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
So flock safety cameras is just an investigative tool that we use as a detective. Once we learn or try to identify a vehicle in question, we are able to research on flock cameras. And these flock cameras are positioned throughout the country. So once I learned the license plate from the U-Haul receipt, I began researching on flock safety cameras to determine the direction of travel after the defendant left the A1 storage facility.
Now, are flock cameras located everywhere?
There's a good amount in Gwinnett County, so we're very fortunate to have that tool in this county. So
Okay. Are they also located throughout the country as well?
throughout the country,
All right,
yes.
so it's not just here in Gwinnett?
That's correct, throughout the country.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 103 through 111, also previously shown to Defense Counsel. You could identify those for me, just briefly, what we're looking at.
I'm sorry, can you say those numbers again?
Yes, Judge, it's going to be 103 through 111.
And these are just going to be the flock captures of the U-Haul van that the defendant was driving.
Are those an accurate reflection of the images that you reviewed yourself of the flock camera associated with that
That is correct.
van? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Judge, at this time, I would move to tender into evidence State's Exhibits 103 through 111. Again, those have been previously shown to Defense Counsel. There's also a stipulation that has been entered into by Defense Counsel and the State as far as foundation is concerned for those images.
That's correct as well, Judge, and no objection.
They're admitted without objection.
Thank you. May I publish some of these, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. All right, Detective Blackburn, I'm showing you State's Exhibits 103. Since this is the first flock image we're seeing, can you just explain what it is that is contained on this actual image?
Yes. So the detailed information is on the bottom. This flock camera was positioned at Jimmy Carter Boulevard at 85 towards Live Oak Parkway, and it covered lane 2 and 3. The date and time is 11/19/2021, and the time is military, so it's 1:21:42, and that is an accurate time.
And are you able to actually see the license plate of the van as well?
Yes, so it's an Arizona license plate again, and the license plate is Alpha Lima 06742, AL 06742.
And that is in fact the van that was rented pursuant to the video footage as well as the contract by this defendant, Celeste Owens?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 103. What location is that?
This is going to be Jimmy Carter Boulevard at 85 towards Brook Hollow. This is the left lane. And again, this is the defendant traveling westbound on Jimmy Carter Boulevard back towards 749 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, Hometown Suites. And again, time of the date is 11/19/2021, and the time is 1:23:45.
And State's Exhibit 105.
This location is it's going to be in the city of Peachtree Corners, Jimmy Carter at Peachtree Industrial Boulevard. This is going to be right outside the location of 749 Jimmy Carter Boulevard. And the date is 11/19/2021, and the time is 1:31:24.
So the flock images can only be captured where there's a flock camera.
That is correct, yes.
And so in these locations, that's why there is some intermittent time of the photographs. Is that right?
That's correct. There's a handful of flock cameras that are stationary on Jimmy Carter Boulevard.
Now, at some point, did you learn through the flock cameras and the various locations that you were tracking or looking at if the defendant made a stop anywhere prior to going back to the hometown studios that day?
That is correct, yes.
And where would that stop have been?
The stop that the defendant made was to the Dollar Tree that was located at 7050 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, and that location would be directly across the street from 749 Jimmy Carter Boulevard to Hometown Suites.
Would that be the Dollar Tree or the Family Dollar?
Excuse me, $30.
All right. I am going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 115. Do you know what that is, Detective Blackburn?
This is a DVD containing the interior surveillance cameras of the Family Dollar.
Okay. And you've had a chance to review that footage as well?
I did, yes.
Is that footage from November 19th of 2021?
That is correct, yes.
And what location is that from? Is it the Family Dollar that is located at 7050 Jimmy Carter Boulevard?
That is correct, yes.
And you've had an opportunity to review it. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the surveillance video as you reviewed it as well?
It is, yes.
Judge, at this time, the state would move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit Number 115 pursuant to a business records certification in Exhibit 114 from the custodian of records for that surveillance video, also included in the stipulation between parties.
And that's also true and correct. Judge, and no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. And I would ask to have permission to publish that video as well.
Granted.
Thank you. And Detective Blackburn, while we're getting that video ready for you, did you or other law enforcement officers actually go to the Family Dollar that was located, that the surveillance footage is taken from?
That is correct, yes.
Did you also obtain from there a receipt as well?
Yes,
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Number 113. Is that in fact the receipt that was obtained from the Family Dollar?
that is correct, yes.
What is the date on that receipt?
It is 11/19/2021, and the time of the purchase was 1:39:48.
Judge, at this time, I will move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 113 pursuant to State's Exhibit 112, yet another business record certification for the receipt from the custodian of records of the Family Dollar, also pursuant to the stipulation between parties.
True and correct, Judge, no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you. Yes. All right, Judge, we're going to, Detective Blackburn, we're going to go ahead and play the video.
The date and time on the bottom left-hand side, the time is correct. And this would be the defendant again wearing the same clothing that she was wearing at the A1 market with the COVID-19 mask over her face.
Right, this is a different camera angle. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
This is the defendant, left-hand side, approaching the cash register checkout. Again, the time is 1:39:06. And the items purchased is a gallon of bleach, miscellaneous drinks, and candy.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Bleach was being purchased, miscellaneous drinks, and candy, along with the item. And latex gloves were also purchased. And then she exits the store at 1:40.
I'm gonna switch over to my camera. All right, and I'm going to, Judge, may I have permission to publish State's Exhibit 113 as well?
Granted.
Detective Blackburn, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 113. You indicated this was the receipt. Tell us what it is that we're looking at here. Can you see?
Bleach, Skittles, gloves, a Hawaii Aloha drink, a Mountain Blast, Mountain Dew, and then gold box wing.
Okay, so, but there is the bleach and the gloves that are noted on that receipt from the Family Dollar.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, from the Family Dollar location, were you able to determine through surveillance videos where the defendant's van traveled next, or the U-Haul van the defendant had rented traveled next?
Yes, the defendant then travels across the street back to 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, the Hometown Suites.
I'm going to show you a couple additional exhibits here. Did you go to the Hometown Studios location as part of your investigation?
I did, yes.
Were you able to locate any kind of surveillance video there as well?
I did, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 119. What is that?
It's a DVD containing the video footage from the Hometown Suites that I obtained during my investigation.
And you've had an opportunity to review that footage prior to coming to court today?
I did, yes.
It is a fair and accurate representation of the footage that was reviewed by you at that time?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, Judge, at this time, I would move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 119 pursuant to State's Exhibit 118, which is a business record certification for the particular surveillance video, also pursuant to the stipulation of the parties previously agreed upon.
True and correct, Judge, and no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, and would also show you State's Exhibit 117. Can you tell us, Detective Blackburn, what that is?
This is going to be a detailed receipt from the Hometown Studios. Again, the location was 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, Norcross, Georgia, 30092.
And is there also some receipts for another location?
Yes, for an additional Hometown Studios that is located up the street, a different location at 6295 Jimmy Carter Boulevard, Norcross, Georgia, 30071.
Judge, at this time, the state will move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 117, which consists of 3 pages, pursuant to State's Exhibit 116, which is a business record certification for those documents, also agreed upon to between the parties by previous stipulation.
True and correct, Judge, and no objection.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you. I would ask to publish those exhibits, Judge.
Granted.
Thank you. I'll go to the first Hometown Suites video that occurred in the afternoon of November 19, 2023. If you could help us sort of understand what it is that we're looking at here.
So after the defendant leaves the store across the street, she enters the parking lot and travels around the parking lot to room 251, where that location is at.
Is it your belief that the van that is now entered in is the same U-Haul van rented by the defendant?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
Are we able to see where that van had parked here in this video?
Not on this video, but there is an additional angle near room 251 where that van is observed backing into a parking stall.
And if we can go to that second video in the evening, the first one, please. This is correct time, is that right?
Yes, for the time now is going to be 5:51.
Okay. So there is no movement that was detected at the Hometown Studios surveillance video between the time that the van had pulled in the previous video scene and now?
Correct.
And what are we looking at right there at the bottom of the screen? We may have to just go back to detect it.
There's some activity pulled where the van is located near room 251.
You said there is another angle as well.
Correct.
Okay, we'll get to that. Are you able to note in this video the van?
It's going to be up in this corner. Again, with the quality of the video, it's hard to determine who's moving around the van, but you do see activity, and you see the van
Is that the van?
moving closer to the stairwell to the building.
You've been to this location?
I have, yes.
All right, and are you able to give an estimate as to how far from room 251 that parking space would have been? Just an estimate?
A couple stalls over from the stairs.
A couple stalls, parking stalls
Yes,
over?
yes.
Okay, from the stairs. And the parking lot seems fairly full, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Can you tell from that vantage point if the van has backed in?
Yes, it has backed in right here, and then you see some activity in the back of the van, the rear of the van. The doors are opening up to the van. You can still see movement.
And while we get the next portion queued up, is there also footage of the van then exiting the Hometown Studios?
That is correct. The video that we saw from the first parking lot, you'll see it pulling out back onto Jimmy Carter Boulevard.
And can you please put on the record, Ms. Nizam, the times where you're stopping and starting the video?
Yes, Judge, I can certainly do that. It looks like at this point, Judge. Okay, we're gonna get back to where we were so we can get that on the record. All right, it looks like the time for the purposes of the record, Judge indicated on the screen, is going to be 17 hours, 56 minutes, and 15 seconds, with the date being 2021-11-19.
And for the record on the video, it looks like it's at 5 minutes and 55 seconds. Is that correct? Bottom left-hand side.
Yes, 5:55.
Sorry. Right, and then we are playing the video through.
So again, activity at the rear of the vehicle.
We had paused the video at this point at on the screen at 17:57 and 10 seconds, but the video is, can you read that out for me, Detective Blackburn, the timing right there to the left at the bottom? Yes.
6:50. This time right here?
Yes.
Yes. 06:50.
Thank you. And then we'll get to that second vantage point. All right, I'm going to be starting this video here at 7 minutes and 44 seconds. Where is the van? Is it still in the same location?
So now
Okay.
the van is pulling out of the parking stall, and the time is 17:58, so converted to 12 hours, 5:58 p.m.
The video is now stopped at, is that 8 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me get you back over here. Are there additional flock images of the van now leaving the hometown studios?
Yes, so now there's flock captures for the van traveling eastbound on Jimmy Carter Boulevard, heading back towards Lawrenceville Highway, US 29.
All right, let me. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 106. What is the location of travel here?
So the location is City of Peachtree Corners, and it's at Jimmy Carter at Peachtree Industrial Boulevard, 11/19/2021, and the time is 6:02 p.m.
And again, that is the license plate, the same license plate.
Alpha Lima 06742.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 107. If you could just kind of track the movement for us, please.
Okay, so vehicles continuing eastbound Jimmy Carter Boulevard. It is now at Jimmy Carter at Buford Highway towards West Front. And the time is 11/19/2021 at 6:07 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. The same license plate number? All right, State's Exhibit 108. What location are we at?
So now we're across Interstate 85. We're at Jimmy Carter at Brett Road towards Highway 29, Lawrenceville Highway. Again, the date is 11/19/2021, and the time is 6:29 p.m.
So still headed away from the hometown studios in the direction of travel that you indicated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 109.
So now the U-Haul van has crossed over Lawrenceville Highway, and it's on Mountain Industrial, and it's on Hugh Hall Road. The van is going to be this vehicle right here.
Okay.
This was a double capture of the two vans. The date 11/19/2021, and the time is 6:35 p.m.
State's Exhibit 110. What direction are we headed now?
We're still continuing eastbound, and we're still on Mountain Industrial from Lewis. And again, the date is 11/19/2021, and the time is 7 p.m.
Finally, State's Exhibit 111.
Mountain Industrial, and there's a flock camera that quick trip at that location, and the date time is 11/19/2021, and we're at 7:03 p.m.
703.
I'm sorry, 7:03.
Okay. And so is the van still headed in that same direction, or has it turned around at this point?
We're turned around at this point.
All right. So it is coming back towards the hometown studios
Now
location?
we're westbound, yes.
All right. So what we track the van doing is going in one direction. And what direction is that? What county are they headed towards?
DeKalb County.
DeKalb County? Okay. Okay. Any particular area within DeKalb County that, or can you tell?
Over 29 on Mount Industrial.
All right. And then now the van is heading back around 7 o'clock or so.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Headed back towards Gwinnett County.
Gwinnett County, yes.
All right, now, at some point, does this U-Haul van rented by the defendant with this particular license plate number arrive back at the A1 mini storage where it was originally rented?
It does, yes.
Does it arrive back that same day?
It does, yes.
Do you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Do you recall around what time?
Approximately 7:30 p.m.
And is there also surveillance video of the van coming back?
There is, yes.
Now, I'll have you read for us the actual time in which we start. Are we ready, Mr. Brown, to start it? Okay, what is that time there at the bottom, as far as the counter?
0133.
0133?
Yes.
Okay, and what about the actual time? Is this also 15 minutes fast because it's at the U-Haul location?
It is 15 minutes ahead, so the time would be 7:15.
7:15?
Yes.
All right, and if you can show us if the van is seen on this video.
Again, the van is now pulling into A1 storage. The defendant stops briefly at the location and then will leave shortly after. The vehicle is never captured going eastbound Jimmy Carter again. It kind of just stays in the corridor. I'm guessing that the defendant forgot to put gas into the van, and that's why she drove back towards Jimmy Carter Boulevard. There's multiple gas stations in that intersection of Lawrenceville Highway and Jimmy Carter Boulevard.
And is this van pulling back out seen as well?
Yes, it is. So again, the van is reversing. And you'll see the van turn left onto Lawrenceville Highway. So 7:17 the van turns, 7:18 the van turns left onto US 29 Lawrenceville Highway.
And the video ends there at 11 minutes and 4, as far as the counter's concerned?
That is correct.
Okay, 4 seconds, all right. And then is there additional footage of the van returning?
Yes, there is additional footage
All right,
shortly after the van pulls back into the parking lot.
okay. No, I can't see it. Is it 11:04?
It's still 11:04, yes. 11:04.
On the gray part of the bill.
It's 11:38. So it's 7:17 7:25, the van pulled into the back into the parking stall.
I paused the video at 12 minutes. We're going to fast forward to 15 minutes, 39 seconds.
Any objection, Mr. Greenwald?
No.
Playing the video at 15 minutes, 36 seconds.
Thank you.
You're going to see the defendant exit the driver's side. And still has the COVID-19 mask on, and now she's carrying a book bag.
Judges, it's hard to hear him when he's talking that way. Detective Blackburn, if you could just project your voice a little.
Yes, sir.
Sure. You okay with that?
What do you prefer, Judge?
No singing.
I think the last statement that you made was there was a black backpack being carried, or a backpack.
That is correct. If you see the defendant exiting the driver's side, she's carrying a backpack over her shoulder. Again, still wearing the COVID-19 mask. And we're at 7:31. You see movement in the back where the defendant opens the rear doors. Now she's inside the rear of the van, the cargo area.
From your vantage point, do you see any other individuals there, or does it only seem to be one person?
Only one person, the defendant.
Detective Blackburn, did you note a flash of any kind that had just occurred?
That is correct. She was, the defendant was manipulating her flashlight on her cell phone.
Were there photographs that were also being taken? Is that a, or can you tell? You may not be able to see from there, okay. Is this location closed at this hour?
That is correct, and there's a key drop box at that position of where she's standing by. The U-Haul key is dropped in the box, and then you'll see her stand by for a Uber or Lyft to pick her up.
I paused the video at 19:49:17. The timer at the bottom, the counter appears to stop working on my screen.
It's noted, thank you.
Okay.
This is now 3 hours and 36 minutes into this video.
Are you able to see the defendant on the screen there, Detective Blackburn?
That is correct. She's standing right here, again, waiting for the Uber or Lyft to pick her up.
Again, do you note any other individuals there with her on screen?
No other individual standing in the parking lot but the defendant.
Bless you.
Detective Blackburn, is that still a backpack on the defendant's back there?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and at some point, the defendant leaves the location.
Yes.
Okay. And is that on foot? Or go-
No, the defendant gets picked up by a ride share.
Okay.
At 7:52. You can see her walking out to the road and she'll enter a vehicle.
All right.
Stop the video at 4 hours and 45 seconds.
Detective Blackburn, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 124 through 127. These have also been previously shown to defense counsel. You've seen those before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what are they?
Pictures of the driver's license, defendant's driver's license, and the photos of the vehicle once it was returned.
All right.
What vehicle?
The U-Haul van.
And is that the same license plate as the van that in question?
That's correct. Arizona Alpha Lima 06742, AL 06742.
Okay, thank you. Judge, at this time, the state will move to tender into evidence States Exhibit 124, 125, 126, 127, which are actually photos from the extraction of the defendant's cell phone in States Exhibit 21.
Have they been altered in any way?
No, Judge.
They've been without a check.
Thank you, and they have been previously shown to defense counsel as well. I'm going to switch over here real quick, and from the defendant's phone, where there's some photographs found that were taken the night around this time of November 19th, 2021, that were of relevance to you to indicate that the defendant may have actually been the one that had dropped the van off.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. May I publish, Judge?
You may.
All right, I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 124. Previously, you had noted in the surveillance video that the defendant had taken a photograph of her driver's license.
Yes.
Okay, and this particular photograph was also found on her phone, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Is that the U-Haul logo there at the bottom?
It is, yes.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 125. And do you know if that does appear to be the parking lot of the A1 mini storage?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 126. What is that?
It'd be the inside of the van, the cargo area.
Okay. Around the time that the van was returned?
That's correct, yes.
And then also State's Exhibit 127. Was that also found on the defendant's phone?
Correct, yes. That's going to be the odometer.
Okay. Now, the U-Haul van, was it taken by the Gwinnett County Police Department, impounded by all of you?
It was on November 22nd, 2021, once I arrived at the location to obtain the receipt.
Was a search warrant obtained to search that van for any potential evidence?
It was, yes, a search warrant was obtained from a Gwinnett County magistrate judge on November 29th, 2021.
And was a search in fact performed of this particular U-Haul van?
It was, yes.
Was there any items of evidentiary value that were located within the van?
No items were located inside the van.
As a precaution, did you also request that a civilian cadaver dog be deployed around that van to determine if there was any cause for alerting?
I did,
by the
yes.
dog? Okay. And that was done by somebody else, correct?
That is correct, yes. On November 22nd.
On November 22nd? All right. Now, at some point, did you get some information from Brittany Hall that may help you to find the location of where Amari's body might be found?
I did, yes.
And where was that location?
In DeKalb County, near Stone Mill Drive.
Did detectives go to that location?
That is correct, yes, on November 22nd, that evening.
Was there an extensive search of the area?
There was, yes.
How long would that search have lasted?
A couple hours, but unfortunately, due to the sun setting, it became impossible for law enforcement to continue the search in the woods in the darkness.
So that evening, Amari was not found.
No, she was not.
At some point, was Amari's body located?
Yes, on November 23rd, 2021, in the morning hours, approximately 8:30-ish, 9.
What were the circumstances in finding her? Who found her?
Detectives from the homicide unit, Corporal Carter and Corporal Lawson, had traveled back out to that location since the search was halted from the dusk on November 22nd. They felt like they went back out there to do a secondary search of the location during the daylight hours, and ultimately they located Amari Hall in the wood line.
She was deceased.
She was deceased, yes.
Were you there that day when she was found?
I was not there that day,
Okay.
no.
To your knowledge, was there an autopsy that was conducted on Amari's body?
There was, yes.
Were you present for that autopsy?
I was, yes. And that was on November 23rd, 2021.
And that was Dr.
Dr. Downs performed the autopsy on Amari's body.
That's the medical examiner.
Yes.
My final question to you, in your investigation, were you able to determine an approximate mileage from the A1 mini storage to the hometown studios to the location where Amari's body was found and back to the A1 mini storage?
I was, yes.
What was that?
And it was approximately 27 miles, the exact mileage that the defendant had driven on November 19th, 2021.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Good morning, Detective Blackburn.
Good morning, sir.
I have a question, sir. In regards to the flock camera system, can you elaborate a little bit on how the system works?
So as vehicles pass by the flock camera, the camera captures the license plate. Some cameras are angled differently to cover all 3 lanes, if there's 3 lanes, or if there's just a single lane, then obviously it's just angled to cover that specific lane.
What is it video? Is it photographs? What does the camera system actually take a picture of?
It's a photograph of the vehicle itself, the rear of the vehicle, of the license plate mainly. That's what we're focusing on.
So is it constantly taking photographs, or just when a vehicle goes by it triggers the photograph?
It's censored as when vehicles travel past the flock camera. It captures the rear of the vehicle.
Okay, and it focuses on the tag, on the license plate itself?
That's correct, yes.
Not on the interior, so it doesn't take photographs of who ultimately may be in that vehicle?
That's correct, yeah.
And this system, as you said, is throughout the country, but specifically in regards to this case, from DeKalb County and Gwinnett County, we're talking about those flock camera systems.
That's correct, only in DeKalb and Gwinnett County.
And Mountain Industrial Boulevard, is that what Jimmy Carter Boulevard turns into when you cross into DeKalb?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judges, they would call Sherry
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you can have a seat and scoot up a little bit closer to those microphones so we can all hear you. And could you go ahead and state and spell your name for the court?
My name is Sherry McGill Schwartz. I am Sherri, McGill, McGill, Schwartz, Schwartz.
Right? And what is your day job?
I work for the last, still 37 years full-time at Piedmont Hospital as the echo, sonographer, and nurse.
Now, in your free time, do you volunteer for an organization called A-Star?
I do. It's called Alpha Teen Canine Search and Rescue. It is a 501c team that assists law enforcement to help find the missing.
Now, how long have you been with the organization?
20 years.
And do you utilize the aid of any sort of canine resources in your work?
Yes. So many of us are canine handlers. I am one. And I have 2 dogs that I use. One just retired, and the one I have currently is a cadaver dog.
And what kind of dog is the cadaver dog?
Sierra is her name.
Very good.
And she is a blonde Labrador Retriever.
So Sierra, does she have any sort of training to look for cadavers or bodies?
Yes. So our team is, we work very hard, and we're very proud of what we do. We train at least 3 times during the month. We slowly, I had her since she was 8 weeks old. So we start right away with obedience, sociability, and then the target odor. So she goes through 3 different levels in our team, and she's also gone through several national certifications.
Okay. Now, back in November of 2021, around November 22nd of 2021, were you and Sierra called out to help with the sort of outside search of a U-Haul van that was in part of an investigation with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes.
Do you recall what location you and Sierra went to conduct this search?
So I know it was 3 different searches, and that particular one was at the headquarters of the police department, Gwinnett.
So the other searches, did those involve actually trying to find Amari, a little girl, Amari?
Yes.
And that was on previous to the search of the U-Haul van?
Well, the first search was by the hotel.
Okay.
And then the second one was the van.
Okay.
And then there was a third one.
Okay. So let's talk about the van. What was the purpose of bringing Sierra out to the van?
I think they wanted to find out if there was a possible body that was transported.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 93, 94, and 95. And Judge, these well, let me show you these first. Ms. Schwartz, what are these photographs of?
That looks like the van that I searched.
Okay.
She searched.
That Sierra searched?
Yes, Sierra searched.
And before we get into that, briefly, Judge, I would move to tender into evidence States Exhibits 93, 94, and 95, pursuant to the fact that there has been a stipulation for the foundation of these 3 photographs previously between the parties.
That's correct, Judge, as to these exhibits, no objection.
No objection. They're admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge, and may I publish some of these?
You may.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to show you States Exhibit number 93. This is a U-Haul van, and it looks like it's noted with a license plate AL06742. Is that the van that you and Sierra searched? Looks like the
It
van?
looks like the van. I don't remember the tag numbers.
Okay, that's fine, no problem. And then also States Exhibit number 95. Does that look like the open cargo area of the van that you and Sierra searched?
Yes.
Okay. Now, If there is any sort of alert that is given by Sierra, what would that alert be?
So what happens when the dog's trained in the behavior of finding, and her target odor is human remains.
Okay.
They have what we call alert behavior, which they do not control that behavior. It may be increased respirations, a tail wag, more excitement, but then we train them to present a behavior called the final train response. And that is a trained behavior when she's located and able to find that particular target odor.
Was there any kind of an alert given when Sierra went around and into this van?
No.
And how old is Sierra?
She currently is 4 years old.
So back then she would have been about a year old?
She was 17 months old.
Okay. And was this, had Sierra been doing searches, cadaver searches before this day?
So
outside of training?
She was young. This was her second search.
Now, are there any reasons in your training and your experience where a cadaver dog might not alert in an area where there could have been a body?
Yes. I assume she was unable to detect anything, any human remains. Am I allowed to give an analogy?
Sure.
Okay. So if, for instance, you had pizza in your office and you ate all the pizza and there was no pizza left and your coworkers came in, they would know that you had pizza. But after a few days, they would not know that you had that pizza. So if there was nothing left behind, she would not detect anything.
Would any sort of a barrier on a body prevent odor from emitting?
It would depend on how long, if the body had decomposed over a length of time and how much permeable that material was. It could have prevented her from smelling that odor.
And what about the length of time itself? How does that affect any potential alerts?
Well, if there was nothing left behind, then she may not have detected anything, given I'm not sure how long. So if it had been several days, but if there was something left behind, physical, yes, she probably would have detected it.
Can odor, in your experience in training, be cleaned away with products
Yes,
like bleach or any other types of items?
yes,
Okay. And this search occurred on November 22nd, is that correct?
yes.
There you go.
Sorry.
That's all the questions I have, Judge, for Ms. Schwartz. Thank you.
Mr. Greenwald.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Schwartz. How are you?
Good morning. Well, thank you.
When you say that Sierra's trained to alert, can you tell us what she would do in the case of finding some remains or evidence of remains? What would she specifically do?
So her trained final response is the term we use, that we give them we train them to give a behavior. Her trained response is a focused bark.
Is that like constant barking or just one bark
It's repetitive barking.
at a specific spot?
It would be where she detects most of the odor.
And what was physically done in this case, was she sent into the van?
So usually what I do when I'm looking at a vehicle, we'll start away from the vehicle that's the target. Usually I ask not to know. In this case, I believe I did know. So that way I keep my, I don't want to influence her in any way. So I'll start her away from the van, let her work independently, and then send her off to the van to search. We usually search clockwise and then counterclockwise.
And was she asked to search any other items or areas, locations other than the van?
The inside of the cargo space, I put her in there to search.
Was Sierra tasked with searching any other places?
Not at that particular area, but as I said earlier, we did search near the hotel And then we also searched another area that was a possible dumping area.
Thank you.
May I redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May the witness be excused?
She may.
Ma'am?
Go.
Shepherd at home who just retired. I thought she would appreciate that. State ready for your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, due to some scheduling issues, we will be presenting our additional witnesses after lunch.
Okay. All right. So we'll take an early lunch today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to release you and ask you guys to be back at 1 o'clock downstairs in jury assembly. I'm going to remind everyone from the prohibition about talking to anyone with this regarding this case, allowing anyone to approach or discuss it with you. Don't watch any news. Don't read any articles. Don't research anything. Don't go to any locations. You are, again, not to discuss this case in any way, shape, or form, even amongst yourselves, until released to do so. I hope everybody has a great lunch. Anything to think of outside the presence of the jury?
Not from the state judge.
Just two issues, Judge. I'm gonna, Mr. Brown's given me a bunch more exhibits to go over with my client. I'll do that now to save time when the jury comes back in, so we don't do it in front of the jury and have to delay.
Sure.
Secondly, Judge, I had a chance last night to review. Mr. Brown was kind enough, because I was unable to open the autopsy photos. He was kind enough to put them all on the flash drive, and I think you provided him, and he copied that for me. I had a chance to review them. There's, I think, 51 or 52 photos, Judge. I had texted him last night that, though voluminous, I was only going to be objecting to 5 of them. Mr. Brown's going to meet with Dr. Downs this evening, see if he can consent to those 5 not being shown to the jury. Do you want, so come back tomorrow, I guess, and let us know. Do you want, since you haven't seen them, do you want to look at the flash drive that contains all of the photos, so in case we're not able to come to an agreement that you have the flash drive that I have, so you can see, because from a homicide case, it's a lot of autopsy photos, and so I'm just making a good faith objection to 5 of those, but I think in context it might be helpful if you have a chance going in case we're not able to come to an agreement, if Your Honor wishes.
Any objection from the state?
No objection.
No, I think that would just help the process, having already reviewed those items, so I'm happy to, if you want to give me the thumb drive.
I can give that to you at the end of the day. Would that work for you? Or
Whenever you have them is fine.
probably don't want to have it over lunch, so I'll do it.
I appreciate that.
I do it at the
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, make sure you tell her which ones you're objecting to.
Right.
Yes,
Do you know which ones they are on the record so that I could make note?
I do, Judge. You want me to do it?
If you have it now, go ahead and tell me now. That way, when I get the thumb drive, I get the thumb drive.
It's 51 total photos, Judge, and the ones that I had noted objections to was 185, 194, 211, 240, 14 and 270.
So judging by those numbers, is that how many photos there actually are?
No, it's a total of 51 photos, but those are the state's proposed exhibit numbers.
Thank you.
So, as they're on the flash drive, but there's only, yeah.
All right.
There's only one, there's 51 photos altogether. May approach, I can give you the flash drive now, but don't look at it at this juncture.
I can handle it.
Yes.
All right, that's noted. I'll review those. My next question would be if the state in any way, when speaking with Dr. Downs, can consolidate it in any way. Based on, I understand based on the nature of the case and the types of allegations that are with this case, that there may be a necessity for maybe a broader spectrum than usual as it relates to the photographs. However, for those very same reasons, if it would be possible to consolidate it as well, just for the purposes of the jury. But I'll review those, and obviously you'll meet with Dr. Downs tonight and see if any consolidation is possible. My next question would be, how many more witnesses does the state have left? And where do you think we would be ending-wise today? And I'm asking because I'm trying to think about when you guys want to do a charge conference on the law.
We have 2 more witnesses for this afternoon, Your Honor, and then Dr. Downs Friday morning, that'll be the last witness. We should finish today, I would think, 2:30, 3 o'clock.
And then we'll be able to do the charge conference after that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you're ready for that as well?
Yes.
All right, I'll get copies made of the proposed charge of the court.
Yes.
I'll have those and I'll give those to you. Do you want me to give them to you now so you can look at them over lunch?
Sure.
Yeah, let me go make a copy real quick, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. defendant now present, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, everybody have a good lunch? Very good. State ready for your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Kia Jimenez.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. Will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Kia Jimenez. First name is K-E-A. Last name is J-I-M-E-N-E-Z.
Where are you currently employed?
Gwinnett County Police Department.
How long have you been with the GCPD?
I have been with the department for 12 years, 13 years actually.
Okay. What is your current position there?
I'm employed as a crime scene investigation supervisor.
Can you tell us about some of the training that you got to become a police officer?
To become a crime scene investigator, you are required to have a degree program that you have completed prior to employment in the area of criminal justice or forensic science, of course. However, upon your employment, you have to complete a roughly 4 to 5 month long training program in the field with a senior officer that constitutes your academy of sorts. We're smaller, so we don't have an actual academy. After we have completed the 4 to 5 month in the field training, we are required to attend a number of state mandated courses to obtain our post-certification through the state of Georgia. In addition to those courses, we are mandated to obtain a number of hours each year to ensure that our certification remains current and that we're up to date on the science.
Okay. Can you describe for us your job duties in general?
Yes. As a crime scene investigator rather than supervisor, the job duties entail responding to crime scenes, documenting the scene as it is upon our arrival to the scene. That includes photographic documentation, sketching of the scene if necessary, scanning of the scene using a 3D scanner if necessary. And then after we have documented everything as it was upon our arrival, we will perform multiple searches of the area to locate any items of evidence that might be within that area. Upon locating items, we do collect evidence from scenes, which are ultimately brought back to our crime scene laboratory for processing. Processing simply meaning examination for fingerprints or blood or DNA evidence that can be sent either to the GBI or our fingerprint analysis unit.
Were you a crime scene investigator in November of 2021?
I was.
And were you working on November 23rd, 2021?
I was.
Were you called to an area near 1457 Stone Mill Trace?
Yes, I was.
Is that located in Stone Mountain?
It is.
Who else was called out to the scene with you that day?
That day, I responded along with crime scene investigator Sabrina Lopez, crime scene investigator Eva, now Larson, but then Kubler, along with Detective Lawson and Detective Carter, and then a few other members of the detectives unit at that time.
Did the medical examiner's office also arrive at that location eventually?
They did. They arrived slightly after myself and the other investigators.
Can you describe for the jury what that area looks like that you responded to?
Yes. So this particular roadway, Stone Mill Drive, it's located off of Juliet Road in DeKalb County, Stone Mountain area. It is an entranceway to a condominium or a apartment style housing unit. The roadway in question, Stone Mill Trace, it comes off of Juliet Road, and to the left-hand side, there's a fairly densely wooded area that's just natural. There's no construction to the left-hand side of the roadway. As you continue forward, there is a stone blockaded area closing over what used to be an entryway to the condominium's rear portion. And then there is a secondary roadway that goes off to the right-hand side that leads into this condominium.
Why were you called out that day?
I was contacted because I had previously responded in reference to a search warrant for a missing child off of Jimmy Carter. And while I was actually performing the search warrant, I was contacted by the detectives, Detective Lawson and Detective Carter specifically, indicating that the child had been located deceased at the location off of Stone Mill Drive.
And can you describe the specific area where the child was found off Stone Mill Drive?
Yes. So on Stone Mill Drive, the natural area or wooded area to the left-hand side of the roadway, near the concrete blockades, there was approximately 11 feet off of the curb. There was a fallen tree in that natural area, and there was also a fair amount of construction debris. It looked similar to a dump site, but the construction debris was leaned over the fallen tree, so you couldn't really see the area where the body was located from the actual road because the construction debris covered it. So the deceased was located in a kind of a depression in the ground, not necessarily something dug out, just a depression in the ground right behind that fallen tree and construction debris.
And can you describe for us the condition of the child's body when y'all found her?
Yes, she was located with 3 white-colored trash bags around her body. She had one that had been slipped over the head, came to an end point around the abdomen. The second was over the legs and stopped short of the hips. There was a third trash bag that was wrapped around her abdomen, torso area near the center and tied with a black-colored rope. You could still see her body through some of the trash bags. She wasn't fully covered. She did have lacerations on her arms. Her left eye, her left eye was missing from the skull itself, and she did have fairly significant skin slippage, which is where the skin begins to separate from the muscle and tissue underneath.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 128 through 142. These have already been shown to defense counsel.
Of course.
I'm sorry, and you said S-128 and?
Through 142. You can thumb through those and you guys have some questions.
You did.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
In general, what are they?
These are photographs that I took of the scene upon my arrival to Stone Mill Drive.
Are those fair and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time the state moves to tender State's Exhibits 128 through 142 into evidence.
And Judge, they were previously shown to me over the break, no objection.
Admitted without objection.
May I publish these?
You may.
May I have the click share? Don't fail me now. They thought about it and then changed his mind. Can we try the hardwire instead, please?
You may.
Okay. This would be State's Exhibit 128. Can you tell us why you took this picture?
This photograph was taken just to establish the location or the area that we were in. There weren't any actual numerical addresses near where the body was found, so the roadway was used.
And then this is State's 129.
This is going to begin a series of my photographs showing the general area that road placard was actually located in, near the entrance of the condominium.
And this is State's 130.
Yes, this is the pan to the right from the street sign showing the actual signage for the Stone Mill condos.
So the stop sign we just saw will be to the left of this view?
Correct.
And this is 131?
Yes, this is a photograph showing the view from Juliet Road down Stone Mill Drive towards where the deceased was located.
And 132?
This is a photograph at the end point of that same roadway. You'll notice these concrete barrier blocks here at the bottom. You can see them in the previous photo. These blocks appear to have been placed to close off an additional entryway to the condominiums, which are located near the top right portion of the photograph.
You should have a pointer.
Oh, it's under here. Thank you so much.
You can feel free to stand up and use your pointer.
So the condominiums would have been located here near where this vehicle is located, and then they extended along the back side of this wooded area.
And the stop sign and street signs we saw earlier would be behind us from this view that we're looking.
That is correct.
And this is State's 133.
This is a photograph now turned back to the left. You can see the concrete barrier blocks here on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. And this area here will ultimately be where the deceased was located. There is a fallen tree that this construction debris is laying atop of.
This is State's 134. We just moved a little closer.
Correct.
We'll go to the next one. This is 135.
This is now a side view. Once I have entered the wooded area, you can still see the construction debris here near the upper right-hand corner. And this recessed area behind the tree root ball, you can begin seeing the trash bags that I referenced earlier, which is what the deceased was located within.
And this is State's 136.
This is a photograph of the deceased in the 3 trash bags mentioned previously in the recessed area behind the fallen tree.
Is this the condition of the body upon your arrival, or was it previously covered, or do you know?
This was the condition upon my arrival. I do not know that anything was done prior to my arrival.
Okay, so you're not sure if it was covered previously or not?
From what I was told, this was a fair and accurate representation of what the detectives located.
That's fine. This is 137.
This is a photograph just showing the additional trash bag that was located around the center of the deceased body.
States 138.
This is a photograph of the head area.
It looks like the bag is ripped. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is true.
Is there any indication of how that happened? Do you know? You may not. I'm just asking.
From experience, it looks consistent with animal activity.
Okay. This is states 139.
This is a photograph of the deceased face showing the missing eye and the open area.
This would be 140, I believe. Right? Yes, 140.
This photograph is after the medical examiner had arrived to the scene. The body was removed from the recessed area and placed on the medical examiner's body bag. And this is to show the backside condition of the body.
What's the blue thing under the white plastic?
That is the body bag itself.
And then states 141.
This is a photograph of the front of the body showing the previously mentioned lacerations and skin slippage here on the left hip.
And then finally states 142. Is this just further down towards the feet?
Yes, this is just showing the knotted trash bag on the legs.
Thank you. Now, earlier you said that part of what you do in your processing a scene is taking measurements. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you take some measurements at this scene?
I did.
Was a map made from those measurements?
It was.
You have it there with you, because I brought it too soon, State's Exhibit 143, which is also shown to Defense Counsel. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
This is a crime scene sketch that was completed under my supervision by crime scene investigator Sabrina Lopez of the scene, showing the relative location of the deceased to the area surrounding.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the map that was made?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 143 into evidence.
And I've previously seen that, Judge, so no objection.
Admitted without objection.
May I publish the map for the jury?
You may.
Let me zoom in on that just a little bit. Okay, if you will, please walk the jury through what all we're seeing here, the measurements and what they mean.
So when we complete a crime scene sketch, our ultimate goal is, yes, to show the relationship of any evidence that was located to the surrounding area, but it's also to place those items in a way that, if need be, we can return to the scene and recreate the positioning of items that were located within that scene. In this particular instance, the items of evidence that were located were, of course, the deceased body, the trash bags that were located around, and that was all that we had actually located at this area. So when we completed the sketch, the area is depicted. You have Stone Mill Drive running from Juliet Road down towards these concrete barrier blocks. You have the secondary entrance that hasn't been closed off to the condominiums over here, which is Stone Mill Trace. And then you also have the fallen tree, the construction debris, the deceased body, and you have these triangular shaped dotted lines. These lines are representative of the measurements that we took so that we could recreate the scene if we needed to. we have a point X and a point Y, the X being off of one of these concrete barrier blocks, the Y being a no trespassing sign that was located off of Stone Mill Drive. And measurements were taken to various points on the deceased body from each of those reference points. And you will see that displayed in this chart over here to the right. So in this instance, the body, which represents the center mass of the deceased, was approximately 23 feet, 10 and a half inches from this point on the first concrete barrier block, and that is represented here. And in the blue line, they're also color coordinated. And from point Y, the center mass of the body was 64 feet from this no trespassing sign. And that continues along with the measurement showing the distance of the head from X and Y, the feet from X and Y. 2 additional measurements were also taken, those measurements being the distance from the actual curb to the center mass of the deceased, just to show how close the deceased was to this roadway that was open. And that distance was 11 feet, 11 inches, so just under 4 yards. And then the distance from the deceased center mass to the main roadway, which was Juliet Road, and that distance was 168 feet.
Thank you, ma'am. Did the medical examiner's office take possession of the body while you were there?
Yes, they did.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
I don't have any questions.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The state calls Investigator Wilbanks. Oh, yeah, because that one's additional. Okay. You missed that. Does she have it? Yes. Let's approach him.
You may. I gotta run back to my office real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a brief recess. I left something in my office that we Mr. Greenwald, do you want to put our conference on the record from this hearing?
Sure. Earlier, Judge, we had added a supplemental stipulation to the stipulation previously entered into, and that, in essence, waived the Dormer hearing in regards to Investor Wilbanks.
telling Clay that he brought his own pointer. He was so prepared. Didn't want to risk it.
Ready? Mr. Greenwald, you ready? Yes, please. You can proceed.
Did you swear him in already or not?
I have not. Officer, will you please, do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state and defense have entered into an additional stipulation from those that I had read to you at the beginning of the trial. And that stipulation is as follows. The above defendant and the state do hereby agree that the following matters are stipulated as fact for evidentiary purposes during the course of the defendant's jury trial. Stipulation number 16. Counsel waives a Daubert hearing as it relates to the testimony of Investigator J. Wilbanks in his status as an expert witness in the field of cellular data analysis.
If you would, please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, it's John, John, excuse me, last name Wilbanks, Wilbanks.
Where are you currently employed?
The Gwinnett County District Attorney's Office.
What did you do before coming to the DA's office?
Before working at the District Attorney's Office, I did 17 years at the Gwinnett County Police Department, and 5 years before that, military police.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education and training to become a police officer?
Yes, well, I had prior military service. I have a 2-year associate's degree, and then, of course, I went through the Gwinnett County Police Academy, which was about 22 weeks, and that certified me to be what's called post-certified in the state of Georgia, to be able to enforce the laws, swear out warrants, serve warrants, that sort of thing. And then after that point, I began my actual practical experience as an officer, later as a detective and criminal investigator.
And tell us about your duties as an investigator at the DA's office.
I am personally assigned to the Drug and Gang Task Force, where I get certain types of cases that fit into certain categories with drug or gang evidence, and I take those files from the point of a warrant being served all the way up to a situation where we are here today for trial. And in between, a lot of things can take place, such as conducting interviews, swearing out additional search warrants for additional evidence, analyzing additional evidence, and everything that's needed to get a case ready for actual trial or some other resolution. There's times when they're dismissed as well. In addition to that, I also work with cellular data as part of my duties in the office.
Have you received any specialized training for cellular data analysis?
Yes, both training for the physical extraction and examination of devices and training for mapping and records related to cell phone data that the phone companies have. So there's an interworking between those two things at times, but I've been trained in both through a company called Celebrite. I've been 3 times certified through that company as a physical analyst and certified operator. In addition, I've been taught by a forensics company called PATC. I've gone to the FBI's CAST basic program for mapping and cellular analysis, and other companies as well. In addition, one of the main things I use is a company called PLX, which helps us to map data records.
We've used the term cellular data analysis several times now. Where do you obtain the cellular data that you analyze?
From either one or two places, either the actual extraction itself or from the phone company.
How many phone extractions do you think you've analyzed in your career?
I mean, I've looked at hundreds through my career.
Have you ever testified about cellular data analysis before?
Yes,
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in cellular data analysis?
yes.
How many times have you testified in general about that topic?
Dozens of times, and 8 times as an expert.
8 times, okay, thank you, sir. Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to the stipulation discussed earlier, the state moves to tender Investigator Wilbanks as an expert in cellular data analysis.
Granted. I'm sorry. Any objection?
Majority stipulates.
Great. Great.
What are some of the types of data you look at when analyzing a phone extraction?
So a phone extraction can have lots of different types of data. It depends on, it depends on the capability of the software at the time and the type of phone that's extracted, whether or not we have a password or not. So there are a variety of factors can affect how much information we get out of a phone. But some of the stuff that you can see in a phone is one of the main things I was asked to look at in this case, which is geolocation data. For a short period of time, your cell phones will retain geolocation data. Sometimes that's based on your own usage, and sometimes that's based on independent operation of the phone without even the user's interface with anything needing geolocation. So that's one thing. We can also look at call logs in the phone, contact information. We can look at events that occurred in the phone logs, such as when a settings change took place, or when the when a home screen was activated and that sort of thing. So there's a variety of types of information, but again, it depends on a number of factors.
You use the word geolocation. What does geolocation mean?
It's basically the phone gathering information about a latitude and longitude where the phone believes it is based on its evaluation of either GPS data, cell tower information, Wi-Fi information, Wi-Fi access points if they're known. So the phone computer is making a calculation based on what it's able to see through signals.
How does the phone get GPS location?
It has the ability to communicate through GPS with satellites to determine location, and therefore the more satellites that the phone can see, the more accurate that information can be. So it depends on where the phone's at the time and what access to information it has.
With this location information, are you able to make maps and track movement?
Yes.
I think you mentioned this earlier. What software do you use to make the maps?
The main software that I use is called PLX or PinLink.
And were you asked to analyze the phone extraction in this case?
Yes,
Did you make a map using the geolocation from that extraction?
I did.
What other information did you use to make your maps besides the geolocation information?
Well, specifically, I was asked to look at the extraction and look at known data from this investigation and look at that geolocation data and determine whether it was consistent or inconsistent with these other known events, other known data in the case.
By known data, do you mean the flock images?
Flock images, I believe there was Family Dollar video, there was U-Haul video, there was a contract signed, things like that.
I'm going to show you what has been marked and previously shown to Defense Counsel as State's Exhibits 144 through 174.
Yes, sir. I do recognize these.
You recognize those? All right, what are they?
These are all individual slides that I made based on looking at the data from the extraction and comparing it with other known data in the case.
Or some of those maps that you made?
They're maps, yes, and demonstrations of extraction from the phone.
Screenshots of the extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate copies of the data you analyzed and the maps that you made?
They are.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender State's Exhibits 144 through 174 into evidence.
Objection.
Admitted without objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to come back and grab the actual papers. Is the TV on? Oh, there it comes. You mentioned you made a PowerPoint. Is this the start of the PowerPoint?
Yes, this is the beginning of the PowerPoint to explain the exhibits that are going to follow.
Okay. Now we are looking at State's Exhibit 144. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Can I stand, John?
You may.
This is just to orient you to just a geolocation excerpt from the phone and the way that I'm going to be looking at it when I'm looking at it in the celebrite extraction. And just to orient you to some of the information so that you understand how I get it. Just look at this line here. This was at November 19th, 2021 at 12:46 p.m. UTC time -5. That might be confusing if you're not familiar with UTC time. That stands for Uniform Time Coordinated. That is a standardized timekeeping method that companies sometimes use so that they don't have to keep records in different time zones. In order to determine the time zone that is appropriate for where the phone is, we do a calculation. And since this is the winter time and daylight savings time, so we have to account for daylight savings time or whether we're in it or not. And in this case, we have to minus 5 hours from UTC in order to come up with Eastern Standard Time. So it's going to be 12:46. So this has been converted from UTC to Standard Time, just so you know, understand that. And then it gives us a latitude and a longitude. So that's a point that I can map on a map. Now, I use the PLX software, but you don't actually have to have any proprietary software to understand where the phone believed it was at that time. You could simply plug this into Google Earth Pro, any other mapping software, and come up with a location. This indicates that the phone was at that location, and then it gives me a level of certainty here off to the right under the precision column. So the phone believes that it was, 4.93, and then it continues out. So just under 5 meters within that point. So the phone has looked up, it's done a calculation based on GPS, and it's determined that it believes it's here within about a 5-meter degree of accuracy. Now, if we were to go down the list here, you'll see that some of the other locations have a varying degree of accuracy. Here we have this one at 178 meters degree of accuracy. Here, 205. Then we're back to 44, 14, and 8. So the amount or the degree of accuracy that the phone registers is dependent to a great extent on what the user is doing with the phone. So you're going to see in this presentation, there's going to be times where the mapping is seems very concise and precise in the roadway, and then you're going to see other times where the phone is bouncing around between woods and things like that. And in those slides, I will point out to you that degree of accuracy and how that can affect the way it looks.
Is that what happens when you're using your phone and you open an app and it asks if you will give a precise location?
Yes, my experience has been when you are using something on the phone that requires it to have location services, in particular mapping, then the phone gathers very precise information about your location. When it doesn't need that precise information, it may still be registering location information, but it's not going to be as precise. So that's when you start to see things like down here, 893 meters. So it really depends on the usage of the phone.
And just to clarify one more thing so we're clear, the times on here, that's Eastern time, right? That's what
This
you
is
know.
Eastern Standard Time Zone.
Okay.
So again, you can almost disregard that UTC -5 here. Just understand that that is a standard for timekeeping that we have to account for. The software of Celebrite allows us to do that conversion.
Now we are going to States Exhibit 145. What is this?
This is to give you an idea of how much location data I saw in the extraction from Ms. Owens. Here, showing you that in that 24-hour period from November 19th, 2021, there were 6,061 geolocation data points. And that's quite a lot of data. And you'll see that it spanned an area all the way from near Peachtree Corner Circle down to the other side of Norcross going into the Tucker area, or in the Tucker area. So there was a lot of data. In order to understand this, we had to break it down into sections to see what I saw when I looked at it, what information seemed to indicate movement, and what information or data points were just simply that inaccurate bouncing around of those geolocation points.
And States Exhibit 146.
All of these data points here, up until from just after midnight till 12:41 p.m., place the device registering geolocation information in this area here, which is along Peachtree Industrial Boulevard and Jimmy Carter Boulevard, and in and around the area of the Hometown Suite Studios at 7049 Jimmy Carter Boulevard. And all of these data points tended to have a large degree of uncertainty. So I didn't see any data points there that tended to indicate where I could say I felt sure that the device was moving away from the hotel that day. So up until about 12:41 p.m., the data seemed that it was in and or around that area.
And moving to States 147. What do we see here?
Yeah, so States 147 is the first time that I saw it move away where I felt confident that it had moved away from the location of the Hometown Suites. And by this time, we're at 12:41 and 21 seconds p.m. And it's at or about the intersection of Peachtree Industrial and Jimmy Carter Boulevard. And then after this, I will begin to see it move away.
We can't really see the information in the little box there. What all is in the little box?
This just gives you your latitude, your longitude, and your date and your time so that you understand where this is coming from.
Moving to States 148.
Yes. So between 12:41 and 21, that was the previous slide, and 12:59:37, there was 222 data points. And there's sometimes when we begin to see movement, the movement is so substantial that we can tell the device has moved from that previous location all the way to an endpoint here at or about 6274 Lawrenceville Highway, which is a U-Haul rental, and it's also a storage facility. I will draw your attention to this area right here, these very tight GPS data points. This is what I would see a lot of times if I look at a phone and a mapping software or something like that's running, where it's gathering a lot of information, whereas down here, I would think the phone probably wasn't doing anything that needed necessarily accurate, super accurate geolocation information. So this is a good example of how you see the difference between the two.
Moving to States 149.
So this is a data point that I can feel good that the device is in or about this location at the U-Haul facility and storage facility. This data point at 12:59 p.m. and 37 seconds, it had a 33-degree meter of probability. So that led me to believe it was in or around this area where the business was located.
For those of us not familiar with meters, how far is that in feet?
Well, I mean, roughly 3 feet per, so you're talking 100 feet or so. within the area of that location.
Okay. Moving to states 150.
Okay, so this slide compiles a variety of information. And again, here what I'm looking for is, this is probably the first slide that we will have where I'm looking to associate known data in the case, such as this video and contract information with the geolocation in the phone to look for consistency between the two. All right, so we had previously talked about 12:59 and 37 seconds. This is that exact same information from the previous slide. At the U-Haul, at or about the U-Haul. It is here in this general area, all the way from, we have a data point all the way out here at Highway 29, Tucker Valley Road, and we have several data points along the way to here. Now, all of these data points, 10 in total, took place between 12:59 and 1:12 p.m. But what we found when I looked at, I drilled into the data and I looked at it, was that all of these other data points that were bouncing around all had a degree of probability of 1,414 meters to 1,497 meters. So that's a very large area. So we can't tell very specific information about where the device was located. In this location with just 33 meters, that's the best one that we had out of that group. So that gave us our best information as far as physical location for the device. So this time span was roughly 12 minutes, 12 or 13 minutes. And in that time, obviously we had video from the U-Haul, believed to be Ms. Owens, and then we also had contract information at 1:06 p.m. that I was aware of from the case. So all these two pieces of other evidence from the case I found were in or about the time when the device would have been in the area of that location.
Moving to states 151.
So at 1:12:47 to 1:13:03, I began to see something that I could determine is likely movement away from the U-Haul. So we still have the U-Haul here to the far right on the screen, but now at 26 meters, it's at or about the roadway on Lawrenceville Highway, and it appears to be traveling back towards Mountain Industrial or Jimmy Carter Boulevard. So in earlier slides, when we saw it coming to this area, that was consistent with this route going there. This is consistent with that route going away from there, as if it's leaving. With this location here being 200 meters, 23 meters, and 26 meters. So we start to see it move away because this is at 1:12 and 47 seconds, 1:12:49 seconds, 1:13 and 3 seconds. So we see that movement away.
This is states 152. What are we seeing on this one?
So I wanted to look at the phone and see the next time that we saw data consistent with the case. Otherwise, I looked at this period between 1:12 and 47 seconds and 1:33 and 59 seconds. There were 83 geolocation data points in that time period. We saw this 1:12:47 in the previous slide, and we can see that it has clearly moved back in the direction from whence it came earlier that day. I knew that there was a video in the case at 7050 Jimmy Carter Boulevard at or about the family, or excuse me, in the Family Dollar, and so I wanted to look at the data to see if it showed going in that direction, and in fact, the geolocation from the phone did show consistency with that video.
Moving to states 153.
So here, I looked at all the data between 1:33 and 59 seconds and 1:55 and 16 seconds. There was 52 data points. And you'll see here again, we have points spread out all over the general area of not only the Hometown Suites, Hometown Studios, but also around the known location for the Family Dollar. So that time period covers both. So I wanted to look for data points that showed the specificity. And all of the data points for that time period were at 1,414 meters. Well, that's that's not very certain, so I couldn't rely on that to show precision location. But the smallest precision location information I found was here at 1:40 p.m. in 6 seconds. The device with 114 meters of accuracy was showing at or about the Family Dollar. And then by 1:55 in 16 seconds, with 58 meter degree of accuracy, it's the first time I could be sure he was at or about the location of the hometown studios. And one of the things we didn't cover, I've converted it to standard civilian time here. You'll see in the records from the phone, it will have it in military time. That's just a different way of reflecting the exact same time of day.
How do you know that all the random dots all over the place aren't movement of the phone?
Well, there could be, there's almost certainly movement going on during that time. I can't tell you how much movement is going on at any one of those particular dots because there's not enough specificity. We have to get down into much smaller degree of margin of error on the calculation to determine for certain what movement is necessary. But what I would feel very comfortable saying is if at 1:40 in 6 seconds, it's at or around Family Dollar, in that 15-minute time period, it had to have moved. The device had to have moved because that wouldn't account for this large area that it covered here. So that's the reason I felt good about this location is because the accuracy level was much greater than the other points.
Okay, so the degree of accuracy for the random points scattered around is that 1,400 meters you're talking
Right.
about?
So
Okay.
all the other ones are this large degree of accuracy, so not something that I would look at for specificity.
Gotcha. Moving to State's Exhibit 154.
So I'm going back and looking at that same, I'm drilling into that same previous slide at 1:40 in 6 seconds, and we knew from the phone it's at or about Family Dollar, and we knew within about a minute of that from the video that I knew from the case evidence Ms. Owens had been inside the Family Dollar making a purchase.
Moving to State's 155.
And so from 1:55 and 16 seconds p.m. until 5:46 and 40 seconds p.m., we had 872 data points, and I couldn't look at all those data points and determine there was any movement away from that location with any specificity. So this is a summary of everything I saw registered in the phone during that time. There was not enough specificity for me to make any determinations about movement during that time.
Moving to State's 156.
And so as I began to continue looking at geolocation, what I found was an anomaly in the records. I found that at 5:46 p.m. and 40 seconds, there was a geolocation registration, and then the phone didn't register another one until about an hour and 40 minutes later at 7:27 and 25 seconds p.m. So that's a significant period of time for this day's activity. It was not consistent with anything else I had seen that day. It had been on, the time period between registered geolocation for that day had been in terms of minutes, not hours or more. So this was an anomaly for me.
Moving to State's 157.
So then I looked at the phone, total extraction. I didn't just look at the geolocation. What I looked at was other things that were going on in the extraction at about the time that we saw that location stop, and then later I would look at what we saw when it started again. Because remember, we've got about an hour and 40 minutes there. So here is the registration at 5:46 p.m. and 40 seconds where we get that last data for that hour and 40 minute roughly period. And what we find is some things are going on in the phone. There's information about Yahoo, banking, and so forth. But then I saw something right here that was very interesting to me. And what I saw was that there was a systems preference change that took place here at 5:49 and 48 seconds p.m., followed by someone going to find my iPhone. on the device.
What is Find My iPhone?
That's the ability to see where the device is located by going to an application on the phone, if you have an Apple device.
Okay, and so the preference change you noted there combined with the Find My iPhone change, what did that signal to you?
That could be, well, when I saw the system's preference change, I knew that something happened in the settings on the phone, but what it could be consistent with, given the fact that the phone stopped registering location data for the next hour and 40 minutes, was that someone had turned off location services on the phone.
And you can't say that for certain because it doesn't say that right there, is that right?
I can't say that for certain. What I can say is that if you were to turn off your location services on your phone, that's what it would look like in the extraction.
Okay. Moving to states 158.
So we've got a period of time there where we've got no geolocation data from the phone. I'm going to continue with the evidence otherwise in the case to determine what else we have. So this is to show you that we last at 5:46 and 40 seconds have the device at around Jimmy Carter Boulevard near the area of the hometown. The next time the phone will register any geolocation is at 7:27 and 25 seconds p.m., and it will be here at about the A1 or U-Haul in Tucker. Now, what we know is from the other evidence in the case was that we had a video of the U-Haul apparently leaving the area of the hometown at about 5:58 p.m. So that's what I was looking at in the case to relate that leaving of the U-Haul with the last time we had location information. So last have location information at roughly 5:46, and within 10 to 12 minutes, we have the vehicle leaving.
But no location data from the phone at this point leaving.
No follow-up data from that.
Moving to states 159.
So, what other evidence did I have to look at to compare and understand the geolocation data? Well, we had a couple of flock images here and here along the route consistent with being on Jimmy Carter Boulevard headed towards the U-Haul location. And that was at 5:46 p.m. The device being here at home at about hometown. So about 6:02, we knew that the U-Haul had registered here on this flock camera at Jimmy Carter Boulevard and Peachtree Industrial. And then about 5 minutes later, it had registered here, continuing southeast on Jimmy Carter Boulevard at or about Buford Highway. And we were able to tell that it was going in this direction based on the description of the camera being pointed towards Best Friend Road.
Is that direction of travel consistent with heading towards where DeKalb County would be?
Yes.
Moving to states 160.
So I've left our original data point up here, 5:46 on the phone. I've left our flock image here and here, but now we have an additional flock image here. So what I've done in this slide is I'm zooming out so that we begin to correlate what we know about the evidence as related to the phone during this time frame. So about 6:29 p.m., it's continued heading south to southeast towards the Tucker area.
And at this point, still no geolocation data from the phone, is that right?
No, you see this dot here, which is where the next one will be, but again, it hasn't happened yet because we're still about an hour away from that event occurring.
Moving to states 161.
So, again, at the top, 5:46, we still, that last geolocation. We've continued with each of the flock cameras. And now we've added an additional flock camera here going into DeKalb County or in DeKalb County. So we know from the geolocation of the phone as compared to this that it's unlikely, or there's no evidence that the phone tracked here to U-Haul at this point. It appears to have gone past that. And I've noted here a location of Amari Hall's recovery location here in DeKalb County, and it's going in that general direction.
Moving to states 162.
So So then I looked to see, is there anything else going on the phone during that time? And I did see that at 6:58 p.m., there was an outgoing phone call as indicated here by the arrow, and a phone listed as a contact in Ms. Owen's phone as My Lady, and that's a 762-204-4008 number. And that phone call went on for quite a long period of time. It went on for 51 minutes and 30 seconds, beginning at 6:58 p.m.
And just to remind all of us, what was the time where the geolocation gap stops?
So it's at about 5:36, I believe it is, and it's not going to pick up again until the 7 o'clock hour. So it's going to be minutes more longer before we get to that point still. But
I got you.
I can see what's going on the phone is that phone call has been made.
Moving to states 163.
So after that phone call initiates, we see the device begin traveling north, we see the U-Haul traveling north. So in previous slides and prior to the phone call, we knew from U-Haul registrations on flock that U-Haul vehicle had been traveling south. In this slide, and from this data, we know that by 7 p.m., it's now traveling north, away from the location of this. So in summary, we've had movement in the direction of DeKalb County. We've had a space and time. Now we've begun a phone call within about 2 minutes of this to My Lady in the phone, and the vehicle traveling north.
Moving to states 164.
And we're just continuing to zoom out here and show you reference points of the flock images related to the recovery location. This was our previous flock image at 7 p.m. And here by 7:03 p.m., so roughly 3 minutes later, it's continued north. And during this time, that phone call would still be going on.
Moving to states 165.
Continuation, we've seen 7 o'clock flock, we've seen the 7:03 flock, but now the next event in time that we will see is that 7:27 time period when the phone when the phone now registers some geolocation data. And that geolocation data placed the device at or around the U-Haul location.
Now we're on states 166.
So because we now have geolocation data in the phone, I wanted to see what had happened on the phone that might account for why we now have it when we had not had it for roughly an hour and 40 minutes. And what I saw was the reversal of what we saw earlier. When I saw the geolocation data in, I had seen a preference change, a settings change in the phone. Here, by 7:27 p.m., I'm now seeing a new settings preference change occur on the phone. And after that preference settings change, I now saw at 7:27 and 25 seconds geolocation data on the phone. That data placing it around the U-Haul. But I also noted some other interesting activity about deletions. These red X's would indicate deleted data. So within moments of that preference change and the geolocation data coming up on the phone, there had been deletions of information related to U-Haul searches in the phone. And the application was related to Safari, which is the browsing application for the phone, internet browsing.
Moving to states 167.
So in this slide, what we see is the geolocation information that's starting to come in on the phone. 6:27:33, 120 meter degree of accuracy, 6:27:35, and then just earlier than that, I said 6. I should have said 7. 7:27:35, 7:27:25. Just before that, all three of those data points place it at or around that area. And here again, we see this one outlier here. It's not very accurate, but at 26 meters, the device believes it's in or around that parking lot of the U-Haul.
Why'd you put the application usage log shot of it?
Because it just shows that during the time when these locations are registered, there had been that system's preference change right beforehand. So we see the settings change, and then we immediately begin to see location data.
Moving to states 168.
This is a continuation of looking at what's going on the phone. I had noticed that browser deletion history. I continue to see that. Deletions for U-Haul customer accounts, U-Haul, here again, U-Haul information from the browser history have been deleted.
States Exhibit 169.
So by 7:33 and 58 seconds, I have this geolocation data here. That places the device around the U-Haul, but additionally, the phone had a photo in the extraction that was taken at the back of that same U-Haul van that we've seen on the flock images, and that image was taken at 7:32 and 59 seconds. So it's within a minute of the geolocation. We have a photo of the U-Haul back in a park or in a parking lot.
Moving to states 170.
Of interest next was our location data here, but before that, the user had gone to an Uber application. They'd opened up, accessed the internet, gone to an Uber application, and then deletion information for U-Haul continued, and then it registered to request a ride from Uber at 7:36 and 13 seconds. And then the Uber client shows to continue to be running on the phone.
Moving to states 171.
This here is from 7:33:58 to 7:36:52 p.m. It shows the device when that Uber client is being accessed at 7:36. It shows the device in the area of the U-Haul.
And moving to states 172.
This data showed 3 data points between 7:41 and 7:51. And we can talk about each of them. 7:41:53, a little closer to the building itself. 7:46:54, a little bit closer to the sidewalk here. And 7:51:55 p.m., a little bit beyond the sidewalk. All of these had a approximate 5 meter degree of accuracy based on the phone's calculation, and I found that was consistent with information from the video at U-Haul showing what was believed to be Ms. Owens here, which would be consistent with this location here at or about the sidewalk in front of the U-Haul.
That appears to be the most accurate range of location we've seen so far. Why is this one 5 meters and some of the other ones were 50 meters or 100 meters or that kind of thing?
She had requested Uber before this, so in order for Uber to accurately find the person, the application would need to access location services for the phone. And remember when I said my experience has been when I see location services used for mapping in particular, we see very accurate degrees of certainty because of that. Because if Uber couldn't find you, it wouldn't be a very effective application.
Moving to States Exhibit 173.
So these are our previous 3 locations here, showing the device registering locations leaving the parking lot. But then I saw data leading up to 7:54 and 26 p.m., which was consistent with the device leaving completely that parking lot. Again, all of these within that 5 meter degree of certainty.
And finally, States Exhibit 174.
So between 7:41 p.m. and 53 seconds and 8:10 and 30 seconds, the device traveled from the location consistent with the U-Haul all the way back to an area consistent with the studio, suites, and again, this is all very tight mapping consistent with some sort of location services mapping function on the phone.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you. Are you going to need this?
Can you put the one up with the phone call?
Do you remember what number it was?
Between 144 and 170. There, I think maybe it's one. Let me see. Yes, 162.
There you go.
Hello, Investigator Wilbanks.
How are you?
How are you?
Good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you, sir. You know, let me see. Detective, is it Diorenzo?
Yes.
From Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir. I've met him.
Okay. This phone call that we're looking at, and this phone call is at timestamp 6:58:41, is that?
That's right.
All right. So military time, 1858?
Oh, yes.
All right. And your testimony was that that phone call lasted for 51 minutes and 30 seconds, right?
Yes, based on the way the extraction reads, yes.
Because Detective Diorenzo said it lasted for 51 seconds. In your review and in your opinion, it didn't last for 51 seconds. It lasted for 51 minutes plus, right?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
All right. So it would go from 6:58 p.m. to approximately 7:49 p.m. as a constant phone call, correct?
Yes.
No, or 1949 hours.
Yes.
Give or take, all right? But 51 plus minutes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir.
No reversion.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The state has no other witnesses today, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is there only one witness left?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, for scheduling reasons, there's only one witness left, and that witness is not available today, but we'll start first thing in the morning. We have some other matters to go over outside of your presence, so I'm going to release you for the day with the reminded proviso. I know you guys want me to keep telling you this, but it's very important that you not discuss this case, not research anything about this case, not watch any news or read any articles, and don't let anyone discuss it with you. Does everybody understand that? All right, very good. Y'all have a good evening, 8:45 tomorrow morning, please. Are y'all ready for a charge conference?
Yes, sir. Had a chance to review it all.
Okay. I had one little change, so I'm gonna go back and get those copies. I did wanna let you guys know that I went over the exhibits, regarding the autopsy photos, and Mr. Greenwald, your objections were to 185, 194, 211, 214. And then did you say 270? Because I can't find a 270. 217?
217.
Okay.
Maybe my voice.
That could be my ears. Did you guys want to, can we go over those today as well?
Brian was going to talk to the doctor.
You're going to talk to the doctor first? Okay,
Yes.
that's right, okay.
But I wanted you to at least give you a heads up.
I appreciate that, and I have reviewed the same. All right, let me go get those copies, I'll be right back.